To the Planning and Development Committee meeting for August. Yeah, August. So I'd like to open the meeting by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Djaroa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. So can I acknowledge my portfolio lead, Councillor Carl, welcome the Mayor, Councillors, Acting CEO Wendy and General Manager Stuart. We have no apologies or requests for leave of absence, so we move to item number 3, which is Charges Resolution number 4, and John Etherington is going to take us through it.
Thank you, councillors. We had an information session a little while ago where we covered off on a little bit about the new charges resolution that's being proposed. The state annually prescribe a new amount in the planning regulations in Schedule 16. They have not done that this year, however we are proposing to adopt last year's amounts without indexation. On top of that, there are a number of administrative amendments that are in the report, which I won't go through because it would be quite boring if I just listed those out. But the main parts that are changing are probably clarification of the date of land valuations and the removal of a charge from council-owned land, and as well as those administrative amendments. I'm not sure if anyone has any questions about any of the contents of that report. If so, I'm happy to.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Von Hoff.
The mics. Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, perhaps to Stuart, maybe. This actually is in relation to an email that we all received yesterday, and it appears to me, and I just need clarification on this, it's an administrative step that is proposed whereby at the moment TRC policy asks for all charges to be paid up front by the landowner when a lot's created, and that doesn't seem to be in keeping with other councils, for instance Brisbane City Council. Could we have some comment on that please, Stuart?
If I may, Councillor Von Hoff, I think that email may be referring to the industrial land, which we have taken out of the Charges Resolution 4, and we're coming back and talking about that as a separate issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Non-residential, so we can go back to this after this particular agenda item, is that correct?
That's, yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to hear?
Oh, you just give me a look when it's appropriate then.
Yeah, so we had that session, we took that out as part of this because we wanted to get some more information and have further discussion around it. So that's coming back, I believe, around September to discuss that as that, yeah.
Yeah, we're currently undertaking a comparison and analysis that was requested by councillors, and we'll bring that back in due course.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if perhaps just to shore that up a little bit, if we could add a further recommendation to the existing recommendation, and that is that Council consider at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of 13 October 2020 an incentive policy for non-residential infrastructure charges when creating a new lot. I'm happy to talk about that if you like.
Yes, welcome that, thank you.
Madam Chair. And this is a reference was made by Councillor Von Hoff, and as John mentioned, and Stuart has mentioned, and you've mentioned as Chair, we did talk about this at the information session, and concern was raised about perhaps Toowoomba Regional Council not falling in line with other areas in the non-residential industrial reconfiguration of a lot stage, and it was decided at that point that we would come back with further information. So this recommendation is really just adding weight to that so that we can come back in October and assess all areas. And I've put in there an incentive policy, and that is on purpose, because we do have a policy already, and it may be something that, and maybe even through COVID, that's probably raised this a little higher in the thinking of groups, but it's there so that it doesn't fall off the radar, and we can set a date and come back for a further discussion and a decision on it.
Okay. Now, are you moving an amendment to that motion?
I know, well, there's no motion, so I'm happy to move. If there's no other questions, I'm happy to move the recommendation, parts 1 and 2.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'd be happy to second that recommendation with those changes. There is no motion at the moment, so that would become the motion.
Okay, lovely. Councillor Von Hoff, do you have another question?
I do, thank you, Madam Chair. I just ask Councillor McDonald, and I support this incentive policy. I think that that's an important thing that we can do for business for our region. But October, as the date that report comes back to us, is it possible or realistic or reasonable to even expect that we could receive that in September?
I'll ask the General Manager, or maybe John might comment on that. Is that putting you under the pump? You need to speak in the microphone, Stuart.
Promise long and deliver short.
The microphone.
Over-promise, under-promise.
My apologies. I think it's always good policy to promise long and deliver short. If we could bring it back in September, we will. But if we can't, certainly we'll bring it back in October.
Right. I say that, Madam Chair, just because this email says that the issue's been raised with TRC since November last year. So this we're in a COVID environment, so if we could get that back sooner, I think that would be appreciated.
I think they'll endeavour to do it the best they can. Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff, yeah. John, did you have a comment, or?
We could possibly do a September information session, which could then be followed up a little bit later, and that way, if we haven't fully completed an analysis, at least we'll be part the way through. Give you some kind of background, if that would be okay.
Thank you. Councillor Summerfield?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I believe we've already had the information session, so I don't know if it's holding it back, to be honest.
I know that we were, I don't want to speak for you, John, but I know that there were some financial implications of looking at this, wasn't there? So, I mean, I guess we just have to be reassured by the officers you're going to do the best you can and try and get it to us as quick as you can. Yeah. Thank you. Mr Mayor?
Well, there's obviously a bit of discussion around this from the development industry with a particular interest in industrial land. Is there a hold-up at the moment because of that nexus of it not being done? Is there blocks of land that will be done the minute this is sorted? All I'm asking is, are we holding things up? Because I'm keen to see it happen quickly, because I think it sends a good message. You look behind this, you'll find that our charges are not in keeping with some of the other competitors.
I think the question was, is that particular infrastructure charge causing a constraint on the market or on the production of further industrial lots? I'm not really in a position to give you an accurate position on that. However, the position being put by some of the developers, including Mr Hodge, who I think provided some information to councillors, is that when you're looking at some of the smaller industrial lots, it starts to become a significant component of the price of the land, which creates a difficulty in terms of actually getting a reasonable price for that particular industrial site. And that may, in fact, be a constraint, but I guess until we maybe try to test it by reducing, even on a temporary basis, reducing that first down payment, if you would, in terms of the infrastructure charge, to see whether that has an effect, an impetus for industrial development. But we're not really in a position at this stage to say what is actually causing the slowness in terms of development in the industrial areas in particular, non-residential areas. But that can't be helping, I think, is what's coming out.
Councillor Taylor?
Madam Chair, and thanks for that, Stuart. My understanding, and please, I may have got it mucked up, is that we're not over with our charging. It's just that we have it up front. The charges are more up front,
Down payment.
so that whereas the others have it more staged, I guess, other councils we've had a look at. And that councillors just did ask at the information session for some bit more work to be done and for it to come back to us to have a look at, and that's what we're talking about. And I think I remember quite vividly, because we all want to help our people to develop these things, but we also want council to be able to recover the funds that they need to. So I think that we've got a little bit more work to do on that, and I'm happy for that with this motion. I'm happy for that to happen. It's not that we're over, it's just that we ask for more money up front. Is that correct, Stuart, through you, Madam Chair?
We're looking at reducing the amount of money that's asked for up front.
Up front. Thank you very much.
And I guess that wording is quite critical, as whether it's an incentive policy. We're not losing money. But I mean, that's all part of the future discussion. Councillor Carl?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair, look, I think let's have the discussion and let's not rush this stuff. We're talking about financial implications and timing around council's budget. Now, there's always two sides to every coin. At best, and very rarely, we recover 80% of infrastructure charges, the costs. It's more to the tune of 40 to 50%. It's a careful and thought-out discussion with all the data presented to councillors to consider, because someone pays. It's not just a case of kicking the tin down the road further for the purchasers to pay. It's council's in the middle of this, and council's primary revenue stream is called the ratepayer. So let's have the balanced discussion and in a timely manner.
Sure. Okay, so we have a mover to adopt the report, including the amendment.
Well, I've moved it, I think, Councillor.
Oh, so beg your pardon. Okay, all those in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor Carl. Councillor Carl, Councillor Shine.
Just wanted to ask a general question, not really on relation to the motion though, but
Yes, go ahead.
just as a new councillor, looking at the Schedule 16, which sets out the prescribed amounts to be paid, what's the reasoning behind different amounts? For example, an adult store is $188.60 for each square metre, whereas a childcare centre is $146, an office $146, a hotel $209. Who decides that, and what's the reasoning for the differences?
My understanding, well, the state decides that. My understanding is the reasoning is based on historic data and statistics. Stuart may be able to elaborate. He might have more background or history on the matter. It was sort of already imposed as I moved into this area of profession, I should say.
The explanation that you gave me yesterday.
What was the question?
How are they worked out? How are the charges worked out?
Without trying to give you a history lesson, the state government, way back in the days of yore, came out with a new way of collecting for trunk infrastructure. It was called the Priority Infrastructure Plan, the PIP. When it was first mooted, it was councils were to go out and calculate what it was costing or would cost to provide infrastructure for residential lots in particular, but all lots, industrial and commercial as well, but particularly residential. When the councils did this exercise, it worked out that in some cases, like Gold Coast, I think calculated that the average cost per lot was around $70,000 to provide the infrastructure, the trunk infrastructure required per lot. of course, the development industry got a smidge upset about that and came back at the state government, and the state government then capped that. So what's happening now is that we are still doing those calculations. We're still working out what it costs to provide infrastructure to development. However, the government, through legislation, has capped those charges, and annually will allow that cap to be extended.
No, I understand that, but what I don't understand is why different enterprises to be conducted in certain buildings should be charged a different amount, like a hotel as opposed to a childcare centre as opposed to an adult store.
Oh, okay.
That's a basis of demand,
Yeah.
and that's what we measure infrastructure charges on. So each development category has an associated demand level with it, and that demand level has an associated maximum charge set by the state.
It can be measured in square metres, generally. Other measures?
Yeah, it's basically per lot, a 3-bedroom home or a 2-bedroom home, residential. A number of other different categories can be short-term accommodation, long-term accommodation, square metres of GFA, square metre of impervious area. All different development categories have a set demand rate by the state.
That's by the state, not by the...
Yeah, it's not by us, no. We simply adopt that.
And would, likewise, the difference between township and urban charges set by the state too?
No, so we break down the methodology under the charges resolution by the networks available to developments. So within townships, we don't have a stormwater charge, so that's automatically taken out, and we reduce that by that percentage.
And in industrial areas, we don't charge for parks.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Shine? Yep, thank you. So we got halfway through that now. All those in favour, including the amendment of adopting the...
Well, it's not an amendment, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry,
There's
getting my
committee,
terminology.
So it's not an amendment, yeah.
Okay. All those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. Move to item number 4, which is the Development Assessment Regional Statistics Report. General Manager Stuart Summers is going to take us through that. In a fluctuating world.
We've got to adjourn the meeting, haven't we?
Councillors, I'll really just go through the main items, which is lots that were sealed. In June, we had 57 new lots sealed, and which happens to be the same number, providing our stats are right, as occurred in May, 57 as well. House approvals in June, 47, and in May it was 50. So we still haven't felt the buffet yet of the surge in land sales that have resulted from the federal government's housing stimulus, but no doubt that'll start to show next month. In terms of all building types, in June there was a bit of a jump there, which includes extensions to houses and what have you. And I don't think it's related to the federal government's incentives, but anyway, there's 252 building applications approved in June and 109 compared to 198 in May. And in terms of building value, we were down somewhat in value, $37.2 million in June compared to $41 million in May. And I'll take questions on any of the other items in that stats report.
Councillors, any questions? No. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stuart, I tend to agree about the lots created, 57. If it's the same as May, I find that hard to comprehend, to be honest. The number of lots created being the same as May.
Yep.
I can't really...
It appears to be about the same. What is happening at the moment, there's been a real surge in sales, and I think just about every development around the city has sold out their stages. For the last 3 years, demand has been somewhat subdued, and developers haven't invested quite wisely because it costs a lot of money to actually go and build residential stages when you're building roads and sewers and water and stormwater and parks. So the developers have not been keen to invest in that, given the profile of demand over the last few years. Of course, the federal government's announcement on housing incentives has found the development industry a little flat-footed because they haven't been in a position to construct those stages. What they're doing now is getting the local engineers very busy designing up their next stages, and most of the developments around the place are looking at having operational works approvals for at least 2 or 3 of the next stages, hoping to capture the market while it's hot. And we're still waiting to get some of these designs in. They're starting to trickle in now, but I guess over the next 2 weeks we'll be getting quite a few operational works approvals in, which is the start. It takes 3 to 6 months to actually build those estates, but once the operational works has been approved, under Queensland legislation, the developer can actually enter into an agreement to sell blocks of land. So that's what they're looking for. They're looking for that operational works approval. They'll start the construction, but it also enables them to lock down a few sales on the way.
Councillor McDonald, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just to follow up, thanks, Madam Chair. And Gentleman Summers, you also mentioned around the building applications and the variety of building applications up some 26% from May. I guess that's an indication of what you've just said, that perhaps land developers might have been on the back foot a little bit, and swallowing up vacant land may have been the course through June. So I guess just from a sheer economic perspective, are there indications for July as to the growth in land sealed or building applications? Have you seen July grow even further?
Yes, I think we'll see some better figures in July. I haven't got all the figures in yet for July, but all the indications are that the figures will be up going forward, which is exactly what the federal government wants, and that'll be a real boost for the building industry because I think in terms of the building industry itself, there's certainly enough lots out there that have been sold to enable certainly the local building industry to become very busy over the next few months, which is exactly what we're looking for.
I guess last one, graph 4, which is lot production, that would indicate what you've said is starting to flow through. If you look at the number of lots sealed, it's a crucial part of that, or a number of new lots, in fact, in June compared to May, and in fact April and March and February and January and December, November and October, September and August. You go right back to July last year before you see any level of number of new lots come onto the market like they have in the last month. See that graph?
I didn't quite catch the question, but are you saying that...
Just highlighting graph 4, I
Yep.
guess, Stuart, and the number of new lots.
Yep.
That's where it's...
They're up compared to previous months?
Truly up.
Yeah, that's right, it is.
Well and truly up from 12 months to now, well and truly up.
Yep.
So I guess it's something for us to be aware of, that this is starting to take effect. You know, the incentives are starting to take effect.
Just remember, new lots is just the RAL. It's just the planning approval.
Yeah. And then you've got the number of lots sealed of are equal
it's
and the building application's
lots
approved.
really count.
Yeah.
Yep.
All I'm saying is, I think you might be downplaying the fact that this is on a decent rise.
Yep.
Building approvals, with new lots, with sealed lots, this is a change that we haven't seen for 12 months.
That's right. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
No,
Right.
it's good trends. Absolutely. Yep.
And
I'm
intended
not
consequences,
disagreeing.
yes.
Yeah.
True.
I just don't want to be too optimistic.
All right. So with that, can I have someone move the adoption of the Planning and Development Group report? Councillor Carl, Councillor McMahon, all those in favour? It's carried. Can I have someone move that we adjourn the meeting? Councillor Shine, Councillor O'Shea, all those in favour? Thank you all.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you all.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Water and Waste Committee meeting of Toowoomba Regional Council for August. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd also like to thank those of you who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone who's watching via Council's social media channels. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarowa peoples, and pay respect to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. I acknowledge Portfolio Lead Councillor Nancy Summerfield and General Manager Damien Platts, who is back after a period of illness. Welcome back. We do not have any apologies or leaves of absence to discuss today, so we'll go straight on to item number 3 on the agenda, the Crow's Nest and Hampton Water Supply Study. Over to you, Mr. Platts.
Good morning, councillors. Nice to be back with you. Councillors, 3 sort of planning reports here. The first one is Crow's Nest and Hampton Water Supply Scheme. Broadly, it's identified some capital works which will need to be done within that area, principally to address some of the firefighting challenges. As we saw in November of last year when we were dealing with the fires through there, we did an assessment and we couldn't supply more than a certain number of pumper trucks. And with the fire bearing down on Crow's Nest, it was quite a nail-biting time. So this planning report is to address some of those deficiencies in the Crow's Nest and the Hampton area.
Thank you, Mr. Platts. Councillors, any questions for Mr. Platts? Councillor Shine and then Councillor McDonald.
No, thank you. Just looking at the report on page 3 of the report, which is 125 of Diligent Board, it refers to UFW, unaccounted for water, is considered high, this is in Hampton, as a percentage of total production when compared to other water supply schemes. So has anything happened as a result of that consideration in terms of rectifying any leak or whatever might cause that high percentage of total production for that UFW at Hampton?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Shine. We have been installing a lot of meters, electronic meters throughout those, the trunk infrastructure. And as we get more data, we find more issues with the infrastructure. As you're aware, Councillor, we're replacing the Perseverance trunk main due to many breakages in that, and that will be completed somewhere around 2023, 2024. But in particular, in relation to this, it's been identified as an issue, and therefore it will be on the capital program to consider and work towards addressing that issue.
Okay.
Is there a follow-up question, Councillor Shine?
No, it is on the Capital Works program, and it will be addressed. That's my understanding of what you said. It is on the Capital Works program, and it will be addressed. Yes.
Councillor, the Capital Works program is a live instrument, so it's been identified through the report by the tabling of this in committee and the adoption next week at ordinary meeting. Then it will go into the capital program. Council only adopts a one-year capital program at a time, but we have a rolling long-term view on capital, so it will go into that and be loaded into Technology One.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Damien. Just in regard to the firefighting, because that's top of mind for all of us in this room and everyone across the region, particularly those in those areas of Ravensbourne, Peachy, Hampton, Crows Nest. So when I read that, that obviously raises a red flag to me. So can you just put the minds at ease as to how you're proposing we deal with this in a timely manner?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. When you're building a network, you define your levels of service. That is the pressure, the flow, the amount of water which is expected. And we set those levels of service as a regulated water authority. Toowoomba Regional Council selects its levels of service. And those levels of service are agreed with emergency services, and they're aware of where we have constraints or where we have operational interventions or breakages, for example, that mean that we'll have a compromised firefighting ability anywhere. So yes, we do work with our regulators on trying to meet our levels of service throughout our network. That said, with a level of service, there is an absolute amount of flow that you can get through the network to that point at one point in time. If we were to build a network to address all of the firefighting capabilities throughout that region, it would be very, very, very big pipes, very big reservoirs. So there is a compromise between the agreed level of service and absolutely having enough water to fight a fire of the magnitude in November of last year. Many of the firefighting response in that area is quite inhospitable country, and it was predominantly, Councillor Summerfield and I went in there on the Wednesday, and it was predominantly aerial fighting from bombardment from the dams.
Just to
A follow-up. Go for it, Councillor McDonald.
You've given me a lot of confidence there, Damien. Just wondering, it's in the report, it talks about 2026, and then there's no, we've got capacity in there till 61 or thereabouts. So is the fire capacity and increasing the capabilities of the maximum minimum flows, is that something that should be of a concern for this council for this current financial year? Or do we have measures in place that we can get to that level that gives us comfort?
Councillor McDonald, yes, firefighting and the level of service, any constraints in the network is absolutely a concern that we should be focused on. And through the planning reports, we're putting that forward in order to get it into the capital program to address any deficiencies in the region.
So we could expect something through in Budget Review 1. Is that how soon that would be for this current financial year, or is it something that's...
The current financial year is committed. I don't see any... There is an opportunity in BR1 if we want to shift some money around, but as you move projects around, particularly in Budget Review 1, that becomes problematic to try and deliver that by 30 June. So we've identified the issues, we'll load them up into Technology One, and we'll put them into a properly considered and planned capital response.
Okay, so hypothetically, we have the same incident as we had in November last year. Are you confident that we have a capability to do better or worse than what we did last year from a firefighting capacity?
As Perseverance trunk main gets repaired, I'm more confident in the network. I become more and more confident as we put more dollars in the ground and into pump stations and into pipe and into trunk infrastructure. If we were to face in November this year another event as we did in November last year, we would have a slightly better response, but not to the level that I would be very, very comfortable with. So in and around Crow's Nest, as that fire was coming into Crow's Nest, we only had, and firefighters, emergency services knew our capacity and capability. We had a certain amount of water and trucks that could operate on any particular line at any particular time. So if we had that event again this November, we would still be having concerns.
Okay, so I guess then you look at priorities when we get to budget reviews, and perhaps priorities might need a review given the light of these reports.
There is a potential, yes.
Okay.
It is a risk. It is a risk, yes.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Mr Platts, I'm going to pick up Councillor McDonald's line here and just get some more clarity and see where we're going, I suppose. So is it correct to say that the fires at the end of last year were the trigger for this water supply study? And if that's the case, it makes me wonder, are we carrying out the same sort of studies in other areas where we know that there's that high fire risk? So that's the first part of the question. And then I note that the report talks about raising these issues with QFES. And by the sounds of it, that's already something that's happened. This is an ongoing conversation. You've already talked with QFES about this. So I'd like to know how they feel, because I'd hate to think that we're making their jobs harder for them. And then following on from Councillor McDonald and your comments, what can we do then from a risk mitigation perspective going into this summer to try to I guess, make up for the inadequacies with the supplies that we've identified in this study?
Thank you. Councillor Von Hoff, I think I got 5.
I count 3, but I'm always happy for more information. So
Sure. It is not unusual, as an overarching comment, it is not unusual in a regulated water authority, if you go and look at all of your network at any particular point in time, to find deficiencies to the agreed levels of service. And when you find those deficiencies, they can be due to a number of reasons. Growth that has come where it wasn't planned, what we call tuberculosis, which is where there's two metals and they grow like a mass, a solid mass, which constricts flow. And you only find these things through the asset management, by doing condition assessments. The water business has absolutely ramped up the number of people working on capital and the number of people working on asset management. And it is absolutely a priority to address any deficiencies in the levels of service. So that's as an overarching comment. Did the fires in Crow's Nest and throughout the catchment trigger this report? It was scheduled to be done, but schedules move according to priorities. So yes, it influenced it. Are there other areas within the Toowoomba Regional Council where I have concerns? I can't put my finger on them right now, but as we do the planning studies, we can, because we run the hydrological models through the network. I'll give you one example. There was a fire last year in a house on Herrie Street. It's on the right-hand side just before you get to East Creek. Now, the commander or captain, whoever was on the field that night, we were revalving the entire network to get as much flow as we could to that area. That said, he could only run 2 trucks, one from one side of the property, and another from the other side of the property. These were dead ends in the network, so that is a pipe which doesn't have a connection to another part of the network. Dead ends are a bad thing in water world. They lead to constraint in the flow that can get to a particular point, and you can actually lead to some water age and things like that in these dead ends. So yes, there was a constraint that evening on Herrie Street, not 2 kilometres or 3 kilometres from where we stand today. So are there other areas? Absolutely. There will be other areas as we do additional studies throughout the network. I'm convinced of that. The conversations with QFES are absolutely ongoing. So we are, and you are chair of the Local Disaster Management Group.
Deputy.
We, as the water group, sit in that. Our operational, one of our managers of operations is actually in the QFES. So we have a very deep relationship with the QFES at a personal level, at a local resident relationship level, and professionally as a water authority, agreeing our levels of service with them. So what else do we do this summer? Councillors, it's very difficult with water, which is a buried infrastructure asset, to do things quickly. We have a significant capital program this year, and it is hoped that we maintain that sort of level of investment in the water and the sewerage network and in the waste networks to address any catch-up that we need to do to maintain our levels of service throughout our region. So I can't wave a wand for this summer.
So then a follow-up, I guess, if we can't do anything in an infrastructure sense to mitigate the risk ahead of summer, is it prudent and practical to complete those supply assessment studies when we consider the fire overlay information, so that at least ahead of this summer we've got we've identified basically what you've identified here for Hampton and Crow's Nest? Can that be replicated in those high risk of fire zones in our region before this summer? At least then the fireys would know this information, and that would be taken into account in their firefighting.
I've got a team of sort of 4 planners. I might just defer to either Ray or Paul to come up and say any additional comments. We can reprioritise the efforts of our planning team, absolutely. And we are redeploying and choosing to take, in order to deliver the capital program, I'm taking some people and putting them into a capital program. The only way we'll address these levels of service is by putting dollars in the ground. It's as simple as that. Can we reprioritise and elevate certain high-risk areas? I know where the mayor's from in Millmerran, when we had those fires there in December, they actually damaged some of our capacity and capability there. We lost a small reservoir and we lost a bore. Now that hasn't been returned back to service as yet. So yes, we can reprioritise some of our planning efforts. And as we brought a discussion last week, which I was absent for, that sort of planning is at the higher level across the region is the method which you address identify issues and then address them through the capital program. Ray,
Did you want to call on Ray? Ray, you might have to just step up to a microphone so that the live stream can pick up what you're saying as well. You could use this one or that one on my desk, either or.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you for your time. Damien is correct, and your question, we certainly can reprioritise the team at this point to conduct a model on the fire flow pressure and flow characteristics of our network. Given that our tanks are at a set height and unlikely to change in the near future, that information would carry on through to the future, and as we do upgrades, it doesn't change it quickly, so a model at this point and a study would be relevant for a number of years, yes.
Okay, I think that would probably be useful and helpful for the people who in that emergent situation are fighting fires, at least then if they knew basically in advance what we know here with this report.
Oh, absolutely, no problems.
Thank you, Ray. I've got Acting CEO Arun Pratap actually wanted to reference something that Councillor Shine said earlier, and then I've got Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Carl.
I'm happy to wait for the councillors if there's more
Sure.
convenient.
So, Councillor Taylor, please.
Madam Chair, in a previous council where I was, where we had houses residences outside, as you have a couple here, when you're planning, you can do it, but retrofitting, do we encourage them, or perhaps this is something that we should think of, where we can't include them in the system with pressure, do we encourage them or perhaps subsidise them to have a large dedicated tank which is fitted for firefighting hoses, and it's a way to do it where it would cost a whole lot to add them, and do we consider that, number one? And then my next question, perhaps we could have a grant if you're thinking about how much those, I know in these reports there are 1 or 2 residences that are outside what we can supply, and possibly cost would be too prohibitive to do that. Along the escarpments and places where we haven't, particularly at Valeview, we had that, there had to be a particular dedicated tank that had a fitting on it that the fire hose could go straight on. That is quite achievable, and perhaps council could consider giving a subsidy or something towards that. The second comment I wanted to make was about the Hampton Water and the users there, and do we have and particularly interesting to see the school, you would expect that the use to be high in those hours in school hours, but it's quite high, and I think the young people, do we have an education program going to Hampton, to the school in particular, and to the residences? We're peaking early and then in the afternoon. It's high use, and they should be aware and should be more careful. Well, they should be encouraged to be more careful about the use of their water. And particularly, I think the young people would certainly come on board should someone go out there and speak to them about the high use of water at the school. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Councillor Carroll. I'm glad that Stuart's here because some of the matters that you go to are planning matter. So if I can just deal with commercial first and then we'll go to residential.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I know we can't retrofit what's there, but I suppose if somebody has a development and I don't know how you pick it up, if it's already a block, someone builds a house that's outside where we can provide the pressure for firefighting, I guess there's opportunity to make sure they have a tank. I know it's an old-fashioned remedy, but it works.
Yes, if you've got a supply of water and a pump, yes, it works. A sump in a dam, all those sorts of things. So part of that is a planning conversation, what is required of a development. And Stuart, please jump up if I start to go wrong on this. But when we're in commercial, we look to the specific use which the commercial is going to have. For example, the airport that's here. That does have 150 millimetre connection, but that would certainly not be enough water to put out, God forbid, an accident on that airstrip. They do have firefighting capability within the compound of their area, and that is their responsibility as the developer of that commercial precinct. With the residential side, if somebody is doing a large block, we do assess the network and what additional infrastructure would be required to service the planned development of that block. Not all lots come on at the same time, so some of these things can be done over time. But Stuart, I don't believe that we have a requirement on a developer of a 50-acre area, other than within the planning scheme and within the service standards, to work with the Regulated Water Authority, which is Toowoomba Regional Council, to work out what's going to be there and ultimately how much water they would need for this. So it's not our business to try and do a development.
No, sorry, Madam Chair, if I can through you, maybe I've framed the question in the wrong way. Reading through here, there are a couple of residences that we are unable to capture with our water supply with pressure. I'm talking about retrofitting what's already there, what we can't provide that for, and I guess the future is another matter, but are we considering, or would we consider, to have them have adequate firefighting capability to ask them to put a dedicated tank in there with a fitting for a fire hose so that they can be covered for firefighting? There's not many.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor Taylor. When we look to go and do an intervention, we're looking for the least cost but whole of life outcomes. And if something is required for a very immediate step, a tank, something like that, into an area, into a residence could be considered in order to address risks. Stuart, you...
Yeah, look, I think, Councillor, you might be referring to rural residential development in particular, because we do have tanks.
Yeah, sorry, look, I don't know, perhaps I'm not explaining what I mean. Reading through these reports, there are a couple of residences, not many, just a couple, that are outside where we can, even with new infrastructure, provide proper firefighting for. So it's not about planning really, it's about trying to retrofit and bring them into having a firefighting capability.
So all options are on the table. Is my response to that. Yes, we can do something. We don't have a structured subsidy program, but we would be looking to go and address any deficiencies in our levels of service, and that's exactly what...
So you know, I mean, at the end of the day, if there's only a couple of them, it might well be considered.
Yes.
That we could have that, and I know it's an old-fashioned remedy. It does work if there's a fire. You know, you have that particular thing where the rural brigades can just put the things straight. We've got them out in other areas, so...
And the fireys also have, they know where pools are, for example.
Yes.
And there was a suggestion during the learnings from the fires last year that a particular marker, I haven't actually seen them, but a particular marker be put on the mailboxes indicating that there is a pool at that residence.
Yeah, and also bores if they got any water. But
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
So thank you. Sorry, and I'm sorry if I didn't frame that in the correct way. Just reading through here, there are just some residences, and they are on rural land or on the edge of the development round, particularly in the Hampton and Crow's Nest areas, and it's just to give comfort, I guess, that we're looking at some sort of a solution that's affordable for them and for us.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor.
And the second part of your question, which was into water education, we had some water educators during the Millennium Drought. That group largely dispersed and went to the waste part of the business and was doing education in the waste part of the business. We are not currently doing, I'm not resourced to do a water education effort as you're indicating. The business has chosen to address higher risks with their existing resources.
If I could have a
Councillor
follow-up,
Taylor.
Madam Chair, thank you. I think that perhaps we need to have a little bit of a think about that, because Hampton is a small hamlet, and everyone there needs to be thinking the way everyone else thinks, that water's a precious and finite resource, and they need to be preserving what they have.
Can I take that as a question on notice? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to address this to General Manager Damien. Damien, I'd prefer to take a broader view, and that is it a, tell me if I'm wrong, but is it a feasible assumption, more than an assumption, a feasible path for this council to consider in broader terms? Let me speak about asset management and a good level of intelligence and sophistication, which hence takes money in a budget allocation for us to continue on a journey there. And by that I mean not just planning studies and hydraulic modelling to fall out of an informed, data-driven prioritisation model, but whether it be for roads, stormwater, sewerage, any of those sorts of things, we need to be ever mindful and present that we put our energy and effort as a board into thinking around asset management and how it highlights these high-risk areas, because every council across the state, and for that matter every council across the nation, has high-risk areas because infrastructure is ageing. And we need to continue to have our hands on the reins there, because we one day may get to the tipping point, and maybe I'm an optimist, but move out of a reactive way of dealing things into a more proactive and informed way around asset replacement and renewal versus new. We've got to try and address ageing and critical infrastructure, and asset management, heads up, is the umbrella where these planning studies fall out of. So unless we invest in asset management to a level that is sufficient to give us proper informed information, we'll chase our tail. Fair enough, Colin?
Councillor Carl, hammer, nail, hit it on the head. Asset management absolutely needs investment. There is now a group of 4 people in asset management permanently. That is their full-time job. And when I joined TRC, we didn't have a dedicated person exclusively working on asset management. Whilst all of the engineers within water and waste would say asset management is part of what they did, there was nobody absolutely focused on it. There is 4 now. Condition assessment is part of it. So what have you got? Where is it? What condition is it in? Does that meet its levels of service? Does it need to be replaced, augmented, cleaned? What does it need serviced? We are, in the water and the sewage business, at a critical point in the life of the network where we're replacing once-in-a-lifetime infrastructure, perseverance pumps, switchboards, and ultimately pumps at Crestbrook, Kubi pumps, trunk mains. I have never been in a water business with so many critical pieces moving at the same time. Condition assessment and understanding those asset management people that I've got, we have them walking, they've done the preparation to be able to do it, and now they're actually going into the field. So there'll be 3 of them spending 60+% of their time in the field, walking around, looking at bits and pieces. So for example, we've just finished, one engineer was tasked with just looking at all the chlorination across, all the little chlorination modules across every dosing reservoir, every spot in the TRC network where we have hypochlorite, sodium hypochlorite as the disinfectant in the water. And that has identified a range of, a program of work that will be done for visibility, SCADA, control of the device, alarms, and other. So as we do more condition assessment, as we do more asset management, we'll identify and get better with our programs, rolling into the long-term financial model in order to maintain sustainability, but also what is appropriate for the network, because I think we've probably underinvested in the network a little bit.
Yeah, Madam, supplementary if I may, Madam Chair. Damien, I wasn't just picking on you. I think it's a unilateral across the broad base of council business that we continually turn our minds to. And I know I sound like a crack record sometimes, but we continually turn our minds towards asset management as the way to inform us how best to spend the money that we do have and how best to advocate for help from other levels of government to deal with this rising tide of ageing infrastructure.
Absolutely. As an asset owner, Toowoomba Regional Council controls roughly $4.5 billion worth of assets, 4,500 million, spread across a multitude of different asset classes and businesses. It's a very complex business, but you're absolutely right. Asset management is the key. And replacement versus new. There is a time for new and there is a need for new, but you need to balance it with maintaining what you already have. Otherwise, you blow out your risk profile.
Thank you, Mr Platts. Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Chair. Just referring to table 4.3, it refers to equivalent persons or EP projections for Hampton. At the moment, under the heading residential, there's 316 people, I presume, in the Hampton area, and in the next 6 years, that's predicted to be 330, up 14 in 6 years. Just wondering whether taken into account has been a new subdivision that's nearly completed there as you approach Hampton on the left. I don't know how many lots there are in that subdivision, but I would imagine that it's going to cater for more than 14 people. Just wondering if that's been taken into account, that new subdivision.
Councillor Shine, I've got the author of the report down the back of the room, and I might ask Paul to come up. We, as a water business, we project demand well into the future, beyond the auspices of the LGIP, which is in 5-year cohorts. And we agree our demand forecasts. There is only one demand forecast and population projection in Toowoomba Regional Council. I don't have one, and Mike doesn't have a different one, and Nick doesn't have a different one, and Stuart doesn't have a different one. We only have one, so it's a single source of the truth. We have to take a view on the likely development that we can see that it is predictable. There may well be individuals or groups that are planning and thinking about things in the long-term future or even in the short term where they haven't put anything into council for a development assessment. So we will always have sometimes those what we call out-of-sequence development or unanticipated demand, and that is where sometimes we have to work very closely with the planning group in order to make sure that we don't have growth somewhere before the infrastructure is there to service them. Otherwise, we have a compromised levels of service, such as firefighting. So we work hand in glove, but we have to, as a water business, we're lead infrastructure. We're there before water and sewer is there before people come. So we have to take a good estimate on where we think development's going to be. Paul, any thoughts?
Good morning. Now that particular development in Hampton has been accounted for in the study. Something to keep in mind that when we do these studies, that development is not going to be fully developed by the next planning horizon. So it's going to house built slow over time. So it will be progressively built out.
So if I might...
yes, please.
In that 316 being existing, that would take into account make some allowance for part of that development having been people living there in the near future.
Yes, that's correct. And so it could take 10 years to get built out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention that a number of suggestions have been raised around the room today which have financial implications for our staff to deal with, and we need to make sure that all the councillors agree with those suggestions, not just that someone has suggested that that needs to actually happen, because the staff then have to go and find the money to do that or find some way of doing it. We need to make sure that we've done this appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Platts, I have one further question before we get to Mr Prataps. On page 142 of Board Books, this is regarding the bushfire hazard and hydrant assessment, and it refers to a 2013 assessment which identified the need for 45 new hydrants in Crow's Nest and 21 new hydrants in Hampton, and those were needed to meet council policy at the time. And then it goes on to say that it's recommended that these hydrants be installed. So this was in 2013 that these additional hydrants were identified, the need for them. Have those been installed? Do they need to be installed still? And do we understand why for 7 years they haven't been installed?
Councillor, that's an excellent question. Why would we do a planning study in 2013? Paul, please come up. I think you've probably worked on it. And I can't answer your question right now. I don't know if those ones have been done. I'll take that as a question on notice if I may. Paul, do you have any thoughts you'd like to add?
So that is part of the whole asset management process. So later on, people will go out and they will actually assess what is physically on the ground. And the study itself was done sitting at a computer, so they're not actually going out looking. So in the future, people will progressively get out there, and it's already been done in some locations where there's been physical surveys. So there's been surveyors actually go out there and physically locate where those hydrants are. And then the findings will have an input back into the capital program. So there'll be new locations in the electronic data of where hydrants will be located, and that will have an impact back into the findings from that study.
Thanks, Paul. It does strike me that we're falling short of our responsibilities if we've identified a need for fire hydrants and 7 years later, you know, we haven't put the boots on the ground to do the next part of the assessment, let alone actually put the fire hydrants in. And the stakes are really high with this. So it would be great to understand what we can do to not be in this position for very much longer.
Madam Chair, yes. You are absolutely right. When I joined the business in December 2017, it was not performing at the level that I require. We're not putting enough capital in the ground, not doing enough asset management, not doing condition assessments, and we are progressively, by identifying the risk profile, so that was done very early on, and it was shared with the executive team, and it's probably fair to say the executive team was amazed. So yes, there is a lot of work to be done in Toowoomba Regional Council's water network and sewage network, absolutely. As I said earlier on, and as Councillor Carl said, it's all about asset management and investment in asset management, investment in condition assessment and people being on the ground. It isn't unusual in what we call GIS, Geographic Information Spatial Systems. It isn't unusual to go and try and find something and everybody says it's there. Well, it's not there. it's over here. So you only work that out by potholing, getting out there in the ground. It can be transposition errors, there can be errors in adjustment for GPS module, estimations of where assets are. So yes, there needs to be a lot of work done in asset management in order to properly inform with data, backed up by data, why we need a certain amount of investment into the water and sewer business and the waste business into the future. Absolutely.
I don't need to state it, but we're opening ourselves up to a high degree of risk in identifying a need for fire hydrants and then not acting on it. I mean, God forbid that there was a fire and there were people's lives at risk. Councillor Carl.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, all I was going to say is there are different, correct me if I'm wrong, Damien, Arun, there are different stages to asset management, and I think the Officer Paul quite ably alluded to desktop study, and that's merely a first stage of having an awareness that there is a life cycle or a life expectancy for any piece of infrastructure that we put in the ground, above the ground, anywhere. That's the first step. Second step is critically assessing ground proofing. Part of my old life as an estimator for Telstra was doing that. And then it's that critical information that gets prioritised, and that's where we need the last ninth or the last tenth of the equation, implementation around addressing those critical bits of infrastructure is where we really need to have our eye on the ball. And I think that's where we'll get best value for money every time.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. Councillor Shine, we will get to you, Mr Pratap, I promise. Councillor Shine.
Thank you. Just a clarification on the question that you raised, Chair, in relation to both Crow's Nest and Hampton with that 2013 data collection review. Is it the case that of the 45 new hydrants recommended in 2013 for Crow's Nest and the 21 new hydrants recommended for Hampton, none of them have been installed?
Councillor Shine, thank you for the question. It's the same as the Chair's, and I said I would take that on notice and look to it. I can't answer that right now, I don't know.
Thank you. Mr Prataps.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. Look, maybe the moment has passed, and I wanted to make some comment in regard to Councillor Shine's earlier remark about what happens with the unaccounted for water in Hampton. How does it flow through to our budget and prioritisation? And since then, there's been a number of people around the room that have mentioned risk management, using information to inform decisions, so evidence-based decisions. So I think we've covered off on a great many things where that's concerned. But I just wanted to assure Council that the structures are in place in this organisation to feed evidence that's gathered through studies, and you'll see there's a number of reports here that are studies, that identify opportunities to do certain things. And of course, those things are prioritised against all other priorities within our organisation. So we're talking about water and waste here at the moment, but I assure you that any of the general managers that were here would certainly be able to demonstrate a very strong case for investment in the networks that they're responsible for, whether it be roads or stormwater and things of that nature. So it's a delicate balancing act that we operate in order to prioritise things and deal with an investment decision that's based on sound information. So budget reviews are absolutely there to be used to change the plan, whether it be an annual plan or a 2 or a 3 or a 5 year plan, to make sure that high risk areas that have been identified are treated. So we do not have a tolerance as per our risk management framework, to accept high-risk scenarios. If they are identified through, as I mentioned, all the frameworks and the processes that we have internally to identify risk, if they exist, then it is incumbent on us to deal with that and to reduce the residual risk to something that's acceptable. Now, I'm not making any judgment about the hydrants or the unaccounted for water in Hampton or the other things that we've mentioned here today, but just know that those processes are in place. And if the studies that are here aren't being fed through those systems, then there's a breakdown, and we'll look at that to ensure that these studies are in fact following the approved, adopted approaches that you yourself have adopted in times gone by. So I just wanted to make mention of that. So when these things are identified through studies, it's not an automatic process that they will be dealt with in the immediate term. But just know that we do adopt a prioritisation approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pratap. If there are no further questions, we've got a recommendation there before us that Council endorse the Crow's Nest and Hampton Water Supply Study Planning Report, June 2020, and the report be used in the formulation of future capital works plans and informing the local government infrastructure plan. Do I have a mover? Councillor Summerfield, and a seconder, Councillor Taylor. All of those in favour? Carried without dissent. The next item on the agenda, item number 4, is the East Creek Sewerage Catchment Study. You're up again, Mr. Platts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Broadly, this study's found that there's generally sufficient capacity within the network. There are some minor augmentations which will be required, and they've been identified for deficiencies with flow in the sewage network. So there is about $500,000 that would progress into the capital works program through this study. I'll just take if there's any questions.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Damon, I just wanted to, it's page 3 of 4 or 194, 541 on board books, and just talks about the LGIP and the fact that one of the items due to drought and reduced demand on the Gravity Main and Herry Street, it talks about that not having to be required for LGIP, and obviously at the next LGIP, which is next year, can be taken out and others put in. I just wanted to get an understanding about how drought would have affected the sewerage system through those areas. So it's probably just to educate me more than anything.
Councillors, drought reduces broadly some of our customers' water use. As we go into higher levels of restrictions, people take shorter showers, they try and conserve their water. The Toowoomba population is responding to the water restrictions. We can see that in the daily production figures out of Mount Kynoch. They have come down. As they're taking shorter showers, there's less inflow into the sewage system. And Toby, you got anything else you want to add to that?
Thanks, Damien, and good morning, councillors. Pretty much just what Damien has said. During the Millennium Drought, there was a lot of work done with rebate programs to have, say, more efficient shower heads, more efficient washing machines and so forth. And so what that did was that brought the litres per person per day down substantially. So pre-Millennium Drought, we're looking at around 300 litres per person per day. During the Millennium Drought, that dropped down to about 120. So a lot of that water is used in outdoors, but due to the rebate program, there was also a reduction with the indoor consumption. So basically anything that is used indoors gets fed through the sewer system. So these days the rates are lower than what they were last time the studies have been done.
Thank you. Councillor Shine.
Just on that point, the study or the report shows that since, it says here on page 195, I think, since this time the demand rates have decreased and population densities have increased. It's sort of, I can understand from what you've explained why there is a decrease, but normally you'd think it'd be offset by density increase as well.
Yes, to an extent, that's the case. I suppose there's been a net decrease, and this catchment area is pretty much fully developed. So there is some densification, but the growth rate is quite low in that area. So yes, the per person reduction has more than offset the densification.
Thank you.
Councillors, do you have any further questions? If not, the recommendation is before you that Council endorse the East Creek Sewerage Catchment Study Planning Report November 2019 and the report be used in the formulation of future capital works plans and informing the local government infrastructure plan. May I have a mover? Councillor Summerfield. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan is a seconder. All of those in favour? Carried without dissent. We move to item 5 on the agenda, which is the Horners Pressure Zone Water Supply Study. Mr Platts, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillors, the planning team's been very busy, as we had with the presentations last week, but as we go through what we call pressure zones within the Toowoomba water supply area, we do this and identify some small areas of improvement. And you'll see on page 3 of that report, it looks at some of the proposed augmentations, and these are some of the ways that our engineers do think out of the box. So instead of, they talked about trying to reduce some of the pressure at the Mount Lofty by adjustment of a valve. It can be that simple, a pressure reducing valve or an adjustment to the network. I talked about where pressures are below the standard, so you'll get areas of high pressure, areas of low pressure. So they talk about reconfiguring the network and zoning it and connecting it up in different ways to try and address that, to maximise the utilisation of your existing kit in the ground. So don't just find a problem and automatically go to solution. You problem solve that solution. And then we found some hydrants which are not passing the required minimal residual pressure in 2 streets there. We're talking about decommissioning those, and actually we will decommission those, of course, with consultation with QFES, so that they will know where to expect to find a hydrant, and we will relocate those to areas where we have sufficient pressure. Yes. So that's some of the augmentations which have been identified out of this. So that's a good way where the engineers do actually look at it, problem solve it, rather than just jumping to any particular solution. So they seem to try to work with the network that they've got before spending additional dollars.
Thank you, Mr Platts. Questions, councillors? Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to preempt my question, I don't know if, like I live in a suburban house south of the CBD where I would assume the Horners Pressure Zone operates, and water pressure has been an issue for me. That's, if I ask a question on water pressure, that's not an issue. Arun, through you, Chair.
Just consider. Thank you, Councillor. I was just considering that matter. Can I just have some thoughts for a moment, please?
I mean, is there I noticed in the East Creek study there was an augmentation map saying which areas were affected. Is there a similar map for the? I couldn't find it in the report for the.
Yes, they're all defined polygons, those pressure zones. Yes, it's a defined area. If you'd like to see those pressure zone maps of the network, we can provide that, yes.
I suppose if it helps to determine if there's a conflict. My question was just around water pressure in suburbia, and does that get turned down in a drought or an area where we need to conserve water, 2 houses in an area?
One way, councillors, we do have in our group monthly report, we do talk about system losses. Now, we run the network to meet our defined levels of service. That is, pressure, flow, quality, reliability, resilience to a high level of demand. So when people go home, or when they wake up in the morning, they fill the kettle, have a shower, they go home, wash the kids, fill up the dog bowl, have a shower. So we plan our network for our flows, and we know when they're going to use more. So we use roughly about 50% more water over summer each day than we do in winter when it's cooler, which makes sense. So do we deliberately reduce the pressure in the network in order to conserve water? It is a tactic, but we don't consciously do that. We try to make the network meet our levels of service throughout the year. So during the lower demand periods of the year, we might adjust and think about reservoir levels, because we don't want the water, a very big reservoir, to be full and have aged water. So we don't want old water in there either. So we're constantly balancing levels of service, quality, safety in order to run the network. But to answer your question, do we run the network at lower pressure to conserve water? The answer is during a drought, the answer is no.
Thank you. Follow up if I may.
Please.
And Arun, I'm assuming I'm allowed to.
Yeah, just if I may, Councillor, I would have interjected if I thought otherwise. But look, it's an ordinary course of matter of business for Council, and I don't believe that you're like any other ordinary person in this particular circumstance. And it's a planning report on top of that. So my assessment is that there's no conflict of interest.
Thanks, Arun. Follow up, if I may. Just through you to GM Platts, back in the the old days, I know very little about it, where you've got 6 houses in the hill, and if 5 of them have their showers at the same time, and it gets to the bottom one, you turn on the tap and very little comes out. Is that technology that's used in pumping water throughout? I don't know why you're all laughing at me.
Councillors, when you define your levels of service and set a pressure for a particular pressure zone. So all of the pressure zones don't have the same pressure necessarily. Over here at the escarpment, I think they're probably the tallest buildings we have, Stuart, those high-rise residentials. So when the engineers go to set that particular area, they would be thinking, right, I'm going to pretend I'm in the penthouse and I want to have a shower. So what pressure do we need to maintain? And some of those buildings, because they're so high, they have their own pressure boosters.
Mm-hmm.
So we build the network to a level of service. Sometimes it doesn't meet that level of service. So that might be why you see the 6th house have a trickle of water. But it's our intent that all those 6 houses can have a good shower. I like a good strong shower.
In an ideal world. Thanks very much.
Hate it when it's slow.
So do I.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Shine.
Just to try to satisfy my curiosity, the pressure zones that I can see seem to be referred to in geographical terms, CBD, East Creek. Why Horner's pressure zone? Why the name Horner's?
I'm going to defer to corporate memory on this. Paul, do you know why we've named this Horner's?
On notice, I think.
You got a conflict?
What a question.
You weren't expecting that one.
You say no.
Horner's. The Horner's Reservoir is situated up in Getty Street, the top end of Getty Street. And why it was ever called that, from what I know, there's a Horner's Park there. How it's got its name, it's well beyond my knowledge. So the reservoir and the zone basically got its name because of the park.
Thank you.
Councillor, I'm going to
Thank
take
you,
that
Paul.
as a personal challenge to work out the naming convention for some of our more obscure names, and I will come back to you with it.
Thank you.
I have a question and a comment. The first is in regards to, so this is the Horners pressure zone, and then I get contacted every now and then by people who have, similar to Councillor McMahon, they report low pressure, water pressure at their homes, and what we would say falls below the defined level of service. So I received one this week, for instance, from Glenvale. So we're in the Horners pressure zone study here. Is this part of a rolling study that then will shift on to the next geographical area that might, for instance, take in Glenvale?
Yes, there is a set frequency to revisit all of the planning studies. So there is a schedule. If we become aware of something, we will shift that schedule around to address higher issues, as we've spoken about this morning. I don't know when the Glenvale one off the top of my head is scheduled, but
This is part of the condition assessment that we're doing across our entire network. Okay, yes. Thank you. Then the second one is in regards to, I'm sorry, my pen is just really having a bad day here. The groundwater supply, which is listed page 328 of our board books and page 19 of the report. And it talks about the current groundwater aquifer levels in Toowoomba, and it states that they are significantly depleted due to ongoing drought conditions. And it goes on to talk about the limited SCADA records of bore flow data that are available, only going back to 2017, which I found surprising. But the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy, their data seems to go back a little bit earlier to 2008. But it did concern me that it states, without further data on the condition of the aquifers, the main range volcanics, it cannot be conclusively stated what amount of level fluctuation is to be considered normal. It is therefore imperative that backup supply is maintained. And it talks about data shows a general decline in groundwater levels across 3 sites, and that this is the point, that current levels are close to those recorded at the end of the Millennium Drought. And I think that's important knowledge for us as councillors to have in our decision making.
Councillors, yes. We have seen the data record in some of our southern systems in particular goes back further. We do have smart bores in all those southern systems now, so we don't have smart bores in all of our Toowoomba basalts. When I joined council, the southern systems were the most challenged. The daily production that we do out of the Toowoomba basalts is very steady, but we have seen a decline in these aquifers, absolutely. And we are working, Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy is absolutely focused on groundwater studies up here and on how we operate our bores and how other people operate bores which they have within the Toowoomba basalts. If you were a resident here a very long time ago, before you may have dropped a bore. And so some residences do have personal bores, and they will have conventions on, if DNRME is particularly concerned about an aquifer, they will put conventions and controls on those before they constrict an urban water supply business such as Toowoomba Regional Council. If they have concerns about the way, if we start running the basalts much harder, producing more out of the bores that we have throughout Toowoomba urban footprint, and if DNRME noticed in consultation with them that they had concerns about how much production we were bringing out of there, that would certainly be a trigger for a conversation. This drought, we have a rather sophisticated model on a platform called GoldSim, and as my modellers down there, Toby, will have run you through, perhaps last week it may have been, that this drought And I don't think this drought's actually got a name, so I'm just going to coin it Millennium Drought 2.0, right? So that's what we're going to call it. It is tracking almost perfectly to the Millennium Drought, and that is a concern for the front of mind as a water business, yes.
Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Taylor, please.
Madam Chair, if I might, through you to Mr Platts, I'll make this comment I made last week. The Toowoomba basalts were always known as the main range volcanic basalts, and what happens here affects particularly to the south. It's all the one, they're all interconnected. So when we talk about that, and we talked about that as one of the possibilities of increasing our take, we need to be very mindful. And DNRME, I believe, should take away private bores in cases where they have a water supply. And I don't think it's affecting people like people on peri-urban blocks and even blocks a little bit further out. Their bores have been totally depleted. And I think we need to be very careful to consider those things when we're talking about the Toowoomba basalts, because they're all interconnected in the main range basalts. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. So we have the recommendation before us, which I can't see on the screen at the moment, that council endorse the next one. The council endorsed the Horner's Pressure Zone Water Supply Study Planning Report from November 2019, and the report be used in the formulation of future capital works plans and informing the local government infrastructure plan. May I have a mover for that? Councillor Antonio, a seconder. Councillor Carl. All those in favour? Carried without dissent. We will adjourn the meeting. May I have a mover to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Taylor and Councillor Taylor. It will reconvene after 15 minutes. Thank you. Yep, thank you.
and the Biggamble people who have land rights on the west of our Toowoomba Regional Council area. And I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. We have no apologies, and we will move on now to the agenda, and item 3, which is the review of the policies 2.47 memorials and plaques, and I'll ask Mr Brady to introduce that. Thank you, Mike.
Good morning, councillors. All are well?
Morning,
Councillors, today the first report here is, as the Chair pointed out, policy 2.47. As you can see in the exec summary, this policy gets reviewed every few years, as do all policies. In essence, there's no significant changes within the review. We work very closely with ENCS when it comes to a policy such as this one, because it's road corridors, parks and other areas. So any area across the region where we occasionally get requests. Going back in history for the new councillors, there used to be 2 policies, and then we drew them together and basically just had one general policy across council through General Manager NCS. He looks after any requests that come through that space, and obviously I look at through my group any that come through. So when it comes to reviewing the policy, the 2 main groups, NCS and ourselves. That said, like all policies, when they go for review, they go across all of council, so governance and other areas get the opportunity to look at any needs to add to policies or update any acts or anything like that that may have happened in that time. So, councillors, happy to just put this one there as per the recommendation, and happy to take any questions if there is any.
Thank you, Mr Brady. There's actually track changes there if you want to have a look at that for the new councillors. Councillor Carl? No. Are there any questions or queries? Councillor Shine and Councillor McDonald.
Small thing. I might be wrong, but if you look at page 492, which is page 6 of the report, the last sentence in 552 is the same as the clause 554. It's just a repetition. Just wondering if that's just an oversight. It's repeated again on page 505 as well. So, page 6, 552, last sentence in clause 554. All costs associated with designing, fabricating, constructing, establishing, etc.
Is this, that's
I see what Councillor Shine's saying. At the end of clause 552, all costs that perhaps then 5.5.4 is superfluous to our needs.
Yeah, perhaps the last sentence should be.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Councillor Shine.
Yep.
I agree with you. So, just a minute, councillors. Mike, here, the end of 5.2, all costs associated with designing, fabricating, and then 5.4 says the same thing.
Ah, okay.
So
Yeah.
it's just a typo, really, and thank you very much, Councillor Shine.
Yep.
We right with that?
Adjustment.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Probably through you to Mike, perhaps, in regard to non-local owned roads, state and federal. There's obviously a process, as explained in the report, how they go. Do we get notified as a council when that is happening, and do we have any input in that?
No, not specifically. That's very much with the state. The unfortunate thing for road corridors, main memorials, you see are crosses and different things where there's been fatalities and that over the years. And there's a methodology through the state. If people, a lot of the time, people just do it of their own volition and don't actually go and ask permission. Other times people will ask for permission. The state has their own process. Not dissimilar in many ways, but yeah, to do anything in the state road corridor, you've got to ask, in theory, ask for permission to the Department of Transport and Main Roads.
Just a very quick follow-up. I note that we keep a register of memorials that are on on our roads, on the local roads, and perhaps that is something that, it's as a resident or a visitor to an area, not many, or probably assuming that, but some people wouldn't know whether they're on a local road or a state road or a federal road.
And don't really care, yeah.
And don't really care, that's right.
Not-
But if
not-
they see a memorial of some description, they do take an interest, and one of the reasons it's been mentioned in here that there are those is to highlight road safety and what have you, as well as recognising those lives lost. So I just wonder what mechanism we could have to actually have, if there is a method that the state use, similar to ours, and we actually record it, it would be, I thought, beneficial for our region to have those recorded as well in some way. So I just wonder whether we should seek that, or could we seek that from the state?
I'm sure they would have a register, and I guess that...
Where people actually apply, we've got the application, we keep a listing of what we have. In our cases, as in the council road network, I can't say that in every case people apply. The fortunate thing is that we don't have too many every year. It's fairly, the fairly small number, fortunately.
Yes.
But occasionally we also get other requests for different plaques and that, for just recognition of people attached to the area and different things like that. So they just get dealt with on a case-by-case basis.
So, Mr. Brady, I think what Councillor McDonald is getting at is, would we have, if we have our list, would we have access to TMR's list, so that if somebody should come looking for a memorial to someone, we would be able to point them in that direction? Is that what you're thinking? Yeah.
Typically we would. I mean, we'd, as soon as we understood what road they were searching for, so it was New England Highway, we'd say, okay, here's the contact for the state to go through and ask for the request through there. So we'd normally divert the request through to the state. So if there was the request to understand something on the state network.
Thank you. Right, Councillor McDonald? Because, I mean, it just would add another layer of complexity to us, I guess, and that's possibly... And people are very emotional about those things, and it's, it's quite sacred to them. So, and I think for the rest of us as well, it helps us to think sometimes about what we're doing behind the wheel of a car when you realise that there's been an accident there. Councillor Tim, did you have a comment, question?
Mike, General Manager Brady, my question just related to one of the track changes is the inclusion of a temporary assessment panel for plaques and memorials. This is 5.4.3. Just wondering, is there a reason? And it doesn't seem to be something that's reworded, just an addition. Just wondering if there was a reason as to its inclusion, or if there's any. What's the reasoning behind that's inclusion?
This is probably more in the parks area, but it's more of, so it's application for memorial plaques in open space, so away from the road corridor. So where there's requests in the open space areas, e.g. parks, those sorts of requests for memorials and plaques tend to come from a different perspective. Again, it's a remembrance or a naming of might be related to the park, or other history related to that park. So that process may see a need to go through a broader consultation, be it council's heritage advisory committee elements, or there may be other things involved. So they've looked at, obviously, on a case-by-case basis. So that's sort of with the GM, ENCS, and his team, his managers, to assess each one as they come in from that perspective.
So I suppose if it's a criteria decision, what's the purpose of the assessment panel?
Well, in some cases you may get requests for, maybe different names on a plaque or different names on a panel, or, there may be, this is a broad enough policy to cover, we hope, most circumstances, and it just, as it says, depending on the nature. So if there's something fairly straightforward and doesn't need consultation, maybe that gets recognised up front. There may be a donor to a park, like, contribution to a park or something like that. So if that happens, that gets assessed under, if there's a need to put up some sort of plaque that recognises that donor. I suppose it's really on a case-by-case basis, and at the time, as I said, we'd be lucky to get a handful of these a year.
And Mike, if I could just add to that, when the memorial went in Cluley Park, for instance, for the anti-violence memorial, the hand that's there, this is more or less in the park area, as Mike said, under General Manager Nick, but that went through several areas, went through council and several areas, so it just is a case-by-case basis. And that was a joint initiative, and the Mayor was involved with that, and that was to recognise all victims of violence and to, signify peace for everyone, and that memorial is really quite lovely. So that went through a much more vigorous or rigorous, I guess, process, but it would depend on what it was, yeah.
With the detention basins project,
yes,
we there's a memorial park to
Garnet Lehman.
Lehman that went up as part of that project. So that was included on a stone, recognising his
contribution
to the...
Yeah, no, they're both noble causes. I don't have a problem.
Yeah, so it really is on a case-by-case basis, and the policy tries to stay broad enough to not sort of lock things in, that everything's got to go through some sort of assessment panel, where things are part of a process already, but also giving the option, particularly through the GM in ENCS in this case, and his managers, if they need to have further assessment or further input to bring that forward.
Any other questions, councillors? So, Councillor Carl, you happy to move?
I'd like to move, Madam Chair. Just a comment, if I may, quickly. It also, an assessment panel, as I see it, helps distill a volume of information, particularly if there's community consultation involved. As Mr Brady's alluded to, there might be a couple of different suggestions for the naming of a park or a piece of infrastructure in a public place. So then it enables this boardroom to make an informed decision. If the boardroom's not happy with the level of consultation, we can then desire to further investigate appropriate naming or actions from there. So I see that assessment panel as a filter or a distillation of information that we can consider. So I'm happy.
Thank you, Councillor Carl, and that's exactly what happened when the Mayor, when we did the memorial in Cluley Park, and it's turned out a very good result, I think. Do we have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Are those in favour? It's carried, thank you. We move on to item 4, a request to rename Ramsay School Road. I just have a little bit of information to add to the bio on the Bebbington family, if I might. Fred Senior was the son of William Bebbington, who served on the Legislative Assembly. Fred Bebbington Senior served in the First World War and was decorated, and then his son Fred Junior, who's now deceased as well, served in the Second World War and returned, and his grandson then served on the HMAS Toowoomba until his untimely death. Just a little bit of information to add to the local history there. So there's been a request come in to change the name of a portion of Ramsay School Road, Ramsay, and I would ask Mr Brady to introduce that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, councillors. As the Chair pointed out, a request has come in to see a renaming of the eastern section of the Ramsey School Road. Typically those, there is a delegation through the GM to deal with these naming matters, and as I've said to council when we've discussed that policy previously, if there's anything of contention, I'd always bring it forward. So if there's, as I've done recently with the naming of the road out at near the depot, the entry road into the depot. This one has been a little bit in that vein. So we did get a request through Mr. Sharp, who's recently constructed a home out on the eastern end of, as it is now, Ramsey School Road. He made a significant contribution to that extension, about 300 metres of road, for its construction as part of him getting the nod to build his home out there. In respect to that, he then asked for that eastern end of the road to be, the name to be reconsidered, as the road is currently, Ramsey School Road is not currently a formed road all the way through for its length. In round about midway through the road, there is a, on or about Falvey Road, just to east of Falvey Road, there's a major gully which would, if the need ever arose to construct the road through there in time to come, would be a significant gully to cross. So in the foreseeable future, it's unlikely the road would ever be constructed for its full length at this point in time. That said, councillors, the road has been there under that name for many, many years. As noted within the report, there's quite a number of different property owners that front on even to the eastern end of the road, and their addresses through council's rate system have all been on Ramsey School Road. So consultation was undertaken. At the same time, with any requests, we also, of this nature, we also approach the Toowoomba Local History Library, and we get typically two names that would have relevance to the area. And in this case, Mr. Thomas Hogg and Mr. William Bebbington were both of that area. Mr. Sharp has originally put his family name forward initially, but further on in his request put McClintock Road up as a preferred name. In essence, a lot of this concerns come down to emergency services being able to access a lot or a home in the case of emergencies and what happens at any point in time. In particular, on page 5 of the report, it goes into the process that happens when a road does get named, and in this case, be it a new name or a renaming, or a new piece of road gets constructed, and how it runs through both council system and ultimately through the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy. So once, in this case, a house has been given a rural address through our rates system, so that's looked after through there. It then, in this case, then a road is being constructed on what was an existing named road. There's a lot of updating that happens in the system. So it goes through our GIS system, and then basically concurrently, or within a few weeks, the reports are going through DNR&E. So those sort of systems, the state systems, are available to emergency services to be informed of the addresses. And then third parties such as Google and others, they can take generally up to 12 months to update systems, but they come through third party providers for that information. With the consultation that was undertaken, Council, in a nutshell, the 5 out of 9 respondents were keen for the road to remain in the name of Ramsay School Road, and hence taking that on board and knowing that the system will take time, irrespective of to recognise the property more fully, as be it Google systems or whatever. It will take the same amount of time, irrespective of whether the name stays as Ramsay School Road or it was given a separate name or a different name. So therefore the recommendation is to leave the road under the naming that it already has.
Thank you, Mr Brady. Councillor Tim? I think you were first, and then Councillor Summerfield.
My main point of clarification here is, what part of the road are we looking to rename? Is it just the newly constructed part next to O'Keefe's Road, or is it all the way to the gully?
All the way.
It would be through to Falvey Road. We can't name a road every sort of block, so to speak, a different name. The request would be to, it makes sense that should, you've got to pick call it a geographic point where it makes sense for the road to, if you're going to cut the road in half, so to speak, and give it 2 names, where that would make sense. Because this is only one home that's been built out here. Over the years to come, there is opportunity for others to build out there, obviously, if they go through similar processes. And the gully, there's a significant gully, as you're aware, on or about Falvey Road, just to the eastern side of Falvey Road. So we'd be looking at that length through to that point, not just the first 300 metres.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I think I read the point with concern that there's a lot of property owners who have been here a long time that are going to need to change their address to accommodate this. And like many around the table, I've received numerous calls about this in favour of the change, and I suppose my answer was, you know, we'll see what the community consultation brings up in regard to that. I think just as a comment, there's ideas saying we're not being able to be found by emergency services, and then the report saying we've been living here for 30 years and never had a problem. And the biggest issue for me is the property owners 3, 4 and 5, and probably 2, have got to now change their address. But if it was just the newly constructed section of the road, that 60 metres, it would only be one property owner, and that might be a
can't do that.
Give and take to rename the road and keep as minimal impact. But you're saying that that small amount isn't really possible. I would wonder if the right-hand turn might be enough of a change in direction, but
no.
Councillors typically, we try to keep a consistent approach to road naming across the whole of the region, which is then consistent to what happens in the rest of the state, which is basically fairly consistent to what happens in Australia. So the approach that we have and the policy that's there is very consistent to you know, other local governments, and the approach we're taking and how we manage road naming issues is very consistent that way. To break a road up, look, in essence, it could be done. Okay, I can't say it can't be done. It's a council decision ultimately. If you say that your resolution is that you just want that to happen, that can happen, and there's no legal impediment to that happening. But from a consistency point of view of how we manage the road, you could possibly then imagine property owner 4 saying, I want the straight along this next section to be named this. And then the next one around the corner might say, I want this section to be named this. So council has that sort of governance of ownership over the namings of roads, and it sits with the organisation to, you know, provide, in my mind, a consistent framework, which is our policy, to how we undertake that.
And it would still affect a couple of landowners anyway if you did that. It'd still be changing.
I had a Google Earth of just the newly constructed, and property 6 doesn't have a driveway on it, so that wouldn't affect their entrance or anything. Look, I totally agree, General Manager Brady, but I think that the consistency has created some problems. I mean, Greenwater Street with an airport in the middle is an obvious example, and I grew up as a 17-year-old delivering pizzas in areas with different names same names of street with a big area in between. I think just because it's, the way it's always been done, that we can't look for something that keeps both parties happy here, and I'd be happy for just the newly created section to be renamed.
Councillor Summerfield?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that additional information before as well. I'd like to suggest an amendment, and that be that new section be called Bebbington Road, based on the information provided by Councillor Carroll, and also the previous information around the fact that Mr Bebbington was a state MP for Drayton and owned a dairy in that actual area and also had a cheese factory. So I think there's a lot of historic reason why his name could actually be on that section on the newly formed section of the road, and it provides a lot more clarity, I believe, and I think the highlight by Councillor Tim a minute ago in relation to Greenwater Street is a very good example of that. We've been told previously that section of road that isn't built will probably never be built. We've been told that historically over time because of the rough terrain that is there. And I'd like to move that amendment, please.
And it won't be an amendment, Councillor Summerfield, because this is just committee. So if you want to move that, and just further to that, if I might, there's 2 residences along there that would support that originally wanted it kept the same. So that they would support that. For whatever reason in the district, that family's never been recognised, and they still live there on that same property, albeit it's shrunk and it's been subdivided. So I think it would be very worthwhile, very, historic name to go to that family. I think that would be really good recognition for their contribution over the years, but I don't want to influence the council decisions. So you're happy to move that, and do we have a seconder? The Mayor, seconded by the Mayor.
What do we?
Thank you. Any other comment?
What do we actually move?
I want to speak.
So Councillor Summerfield's moved a motion that the road be given another name, and that the name be Bebbington Road, and it's been seconded by the Mayor. So
Newly constructed.
the newly construct, or that piece. No, it's the whole. It would be the whole piece, wouldn't it?
I'd be suggesting, councillors, if you rename it, I'd prefer you to rename it from Falvey Road.
From Falvey Road, and
O'Keefe.
Just the newly constructed section of the road be called Bebbington.
Well,
it's different.
Well, I think I'm just saying to you that people that live near Falvey Road further on, they would support Bebbington. So,
I've moved.
right, okay,
Instructions.
all right. So, okay.
So do we need to adjust this, what's on the screen now, to represent what you've moved, please?
Well,
Mike, would you give us some wording changes over here to reflect Councillor Nancy's?
So if we probably just copy that.
I don't think it's recognition for a family to have a piece of road.
Road name of the easternmost section of Ramsey School Road, from O'Keefe Road to
Unformed.
To where? To the corner?
the newly approximately 300 metres.
From the intersection?
Formed road.
Yeah.
Take it from the intersection of Falvey Road out. Section, and at change 320, take that out.
Delete that.
I'd just like to comment to councillors that I have not been privy to any emails that have been sent to other councillors.
Road name of the easternmost section, Ramsey School Road to the intersection, probably after easternmost section, just put in brackets, approximately 300 metres. Bevington Road.
So delete all of that to be renamed, so delete that.
No, the rest of it's fine.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, and 2's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Megan? Yes, thank you.
Mr. Brady, with the survey that was done on the entire length of
Yes.
School Road, wasn't it?
No, it's from Falvey Road.
Falvey Road.
Was just a survey.
Falvey
I
Road.
wondered why that adds up to 9. I think it is 9 residents, and there's only 7 properties.
And that was done on what was the length of road on the eastern side of the gully. So it just makes sense from there. And since then, people contacted me last night, James Lunn, who his wife was they would support Bevington Road for the length from the gully down. So
I'm just asking why, if the respondents, there's 9 respondents there.
Can I answer that? It's in the report. The families of Beddington and Og, who were just around the corner, were also included, which would be why there's 1 for each of them in the report.
I don't think that's right. No.
I have to just confirm.
I don't think that's right, Councillor Tim. Kate, would you mind coming up?
Kate was good enough to have done the consultation in respect to this matter.
And bear in mind, we're in an open session here, and probably people's privacy needs to be respected.
I did, yeah.
Thanks, Kate.
Councillors, my name's Kate Shanahan from Council Stakeholder Engagement Branch. For those of you I haven't met, I can confirm I did contact the 2 families in the region who have descendants, Bevington and Og.
Yes,
as part of
thank
this,
you.
in addition
Thank
to
you. The Wilmingtons and the Bevingtons.
So you've got the 6 property owners that are gone, numbered 1 to 6. Then you've got Cameron Sharp and Naomi Denoya. So that's 7 plus the 2 others. So that gives us the 9.
So that's right. Councillor Megan, follow up?
Oh, well, it's a different topic, but Mr. Brady, so the newly constructed road that we're talking about, the most eastern end, does it go straight onto O'Keefe Road then?
It does.
Yes. So
Basically a T intersection.
thank you. Councillor Vonhoff?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I just want clarity. Is the recommendation that Councillor Summerfield has put forward, is it in regard to that small, I don't know how to describe it, the very low part, one little stretch there, that part there?
That's correct.
Just that little piece there.
Metres.
Doesn't make sense.
Then I have a question also then, and it's in regard to the validity of the concerns about emergency services. So on, find it now. The report talks about 2 of the property owners saying that they've been there for 30-something years and never had issues with emergency services finding the address.
Yep.
And then it also says that emergency services are going to be informed of any, or would be informed of any changes of address. But did we actually consult with emergency services to see if they did agree with the concerns about being able to be located?
Not directly. This the process and the steps that we've taken is one that is a process that's been in place for many years. The way the system, as I've pointed out in the report, it gets updated once the road's constructed, goes into our GIS system. Our rating systems get updated. Our that information is then updated through to the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy. That's a location index report on a fortnightly basis, which comes out of councils out of the rating area. So there's this ongoing update and processes in place. You could, it's through, then at state agency level, they know from the Department of Natural Resources is basically the Lands Department for the state of Queensland. So anything to do with land, naming and those sorts of things, their systems get updated, and that's the Bible, so to speak. the source of truth for road naming. So they then have their own relationships, internal procedures when it comes to emergency services and the like. So the steps that we take are that are taken through the process, be it this piece of road. I can tell you today that you change the name to Bebington for 300 metres, it will still take exactly the same amount of time. It will still take the same steps and processes through the system, and it will still take the third-party providers that 12 months before things are updated. So the chances of, inverted commas, there being an understanding or misunderstanding, for that matter, by emergency services to get to that property is similar, irrespective of the name staying as it is, Ramsey School Road today, or there's a name change. So the system's fine. It's a person's understanding of how the system works, and I suppose a degree of patience and tolerance for things to be updated through any of these geographical systems.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Brady. I'm saying that it appears that we've got at least two parties saying there's no issue with emergency services finding a location, and then another two saying yes, there is an issue with finding the location. And so then that was the root for my question. What do emergency services actually say about this? And if they're not saying anything, is it because it's a newly formed road and it's been brought to their attention, or have they considered it and they don't think it's a problem?
I think on that, the two people that have said it's not a problem actually live on the road, and the other two actually don't. One has built a house there, but soon to move in, of course, but the other two have been living there for 30 plus years.
Yes. So the issue is an assumption that emergency services won't be able to get there quickly enough, okay, from the new owner. Okay, there's this assumption that things are not going to happen, whereas others that have lived there have demonstrated, as noted in the report, they've practically lived there for that period and have had things. It's not a perfect situation when you have a road that has got a gully through it and it's not joined through and things like that. As you mentioned, Greenwattle Street, I could give you
there's heaps of them,
probably a dozen across the
region.
Reese Road at Highfields, east and west of the highway.
Meringendine.
Where we have roads cross highways. That
Newman Road.
sometimes causes a level of confusion, is the number to the left or the number to the right. Those elements are probably part and parcel of the naming and the nomenclature of our network. We do a fair bit of updating. We've got roads, like I signed one off last week, which was St Helens Road and St Helen Road. So half the road was with an S and half the road without the S. So over the time, these things come to fore, and through a lot of the time through our rating. And we work very closely with that team through Rod's Road Operations team. They find these anomalies, and then we look at a way of fixing them. And each time we go out with a similar approach, a consultation approach, we're going to change it from A to B. B, in some cases, a total change. Sometimes it's only a minor change.
And Mr Brady, the rural numbering that came in early 2000s has addressed a lot of those problems. There's heaps of them, but everyone's got a rural number, and that's mainly for emergency acts, for them to know where they are. So that's changed a lot, not all, but and Google doesn't help because it sends you through gullies and over the side of cliffs and things like that. So I think that, You're right, Councillor Von Hoff? Thank you. Councillor James?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I probably know the answer to this question, sorry, but I was just querying before, just when Kate was taking us through the consultation. So just looking at it now that we know that's the situation with it, so can I assume the Bebingtons obviously were in favour of Bebington Road, the Oggs, the people who spoke to were in favour of Ogg Road, and then we've got the others with McClintock and Ramsey. So I definitely support the principle of the motion that's been put forward, but I guess I just question, after consultation, should McClintock be more in question?
Well, I think that we've consulted with the local history, and I actually know that very few people in the region, and that's the region that I was very much aware of, that nobody can remember that person.
You just support either, Councillor James?
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I suppose just posing the question, and I'm going on the report we've got, the results of consultation of where the names sit, and now knowing.
So,
yeah,
McClintock Road was one of those two, would be the applicant,
Mm.
and the second was the person
Mr. O'Keefe.
that wrote that attachment.
Mm.
So that just gives you an idea.
Mm.
The other two names, obviously, is ones that our local history library, and as I said, each time we are looking for names, we go to them to look at, you know, what are the more prominent elements or people.
And I make the assumption as well with the 5 that responded in regards to Ramsay School Road, that was in terms of if the whole part was to be renamed.
No, it was quite clear through the consultation that it was, and Kate can confirm this, but my discussions with Kate is very much to the east of Falvey Road, and that was the focus of the consultation, to those properties that adjoined or had a boundary to Ramsay School Road for that length from...
Yeah, do you mind showing that on a map? Sorry.
yeah, so if we go back to the property map.
And property owner.
So that's exactly where the black line is.
Yeah.
Those properties are the only properties that have been consulted from the property perspective. You know, from Falvey Road through. So to the east of the gully, to O'Keefe's Road. That's why we've suggested that if we are going to make a name change, it should be relative to the geographical nature and the topographical nature of the area, and not just relevant to a particular person's lot.
And I say again that one of those property owners has said that should council decide to change the name, that they would be in favour of Bebbington Road. Councillor Bill?
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering whether we can't just get on and debate it. We're talking about 300 metres of road. Please, let's make a decision. I'll flag that I want to speak against the proposed motion.
So we are entering into debate. Do we want to debate, or do you just want to put the motion? Does anyone want? I'd like to say that I think it's going to cause confusion just to mark that little bit of road.
I'm happy to second the recommendation.
The recommendation's been seconded.
Seconded by the Mayor.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to hear from some of the other councillors. There's only been a couple of councillors speaking and a lot of information coming from the General Manager. It'd be great to hear from...
So, Councillor Summerfield, you can, it's your motion, so you can start the debate if you want to.
Well,
Thank you.
I'd like to hear others' thoughts, because we still have up in the air whether it be Bebbington or McClintock, and I'd like
or Old.
the room which they'd prefer, because I don't mind whether it's either. I do believe it needs to be a different name, but whether it be McClintock or Bebbington, I don't mind which it is. So that's why I'd like to hear from the rest of the room, please.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
It is a point of order. There's a mover and a seconder of a motion, and we start debate. And I personally don't agree with the small piece, but, you know, we can start debate, and if you'd like to start the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that it needs to be changed because of the things we talked about in relation to emergency and support services. I do believe it does cause confusion, and I would like to see that this section of the road be changed. And I am quite comfortable that it be Bebbington Road, but I am also quite comfortable with it being McClintock Road, because there is history there for the McClintock family as well. And so whilst I have moved that it be Bebbington, I am open to it also being McClintock. And so I would like to hear from other members around the table to get their feelings, so that we ensure that we get the right name for this road.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. Some against? Councillor Cole?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. I speak against the proposed motion, and I'm in favour of the officer's recommendation, simply because I'm going to go with old-fashioned community consultation. Majority by one on that table says that most of the people, and rightfully so, all experience traffic down past their front gate or their frontage to the road in which these people gain access. So that's good old-fashioned community consultation and majority. Consistency with emergency services and approach to that. Consistency with local, state and federal naming of roads. And also the examples that the General Manager gave were really good examples. Reese Road, for example. Now, I'm not saying that development's going to happen out here, but from a policy point of view and a consistency methodology approach to this, it's a classic reason why roads need to be named the same from beginning to end, because future development on Reese Road, for example, will extend further. The urban footprint is already designated down further towards Meringandan and the like. So there is a consistency in approach to ordered fashion growth and road naming. So for all those common sense reasons, but number one on my priority list is good old-fashioned community consultation. Majority, albeit by one, I'm happy to speak against this motion and flag that if it goes down, I'd like to put the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Speaker 4.
Second.
Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. May I please ask a question just first of all, please, just for clarification around Councillor Carl's points that he made there before. Was the consultation done on the stretch of, just the stretch of road which has been put forward in this motion or not? So those that were consulted, was it on just this 300-metre section that now sits before us of this motion, or was it different?
No, it was from Falvey Road East to O'Keefe Road.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I speak in favour of this motion, and I respect and take on board the points that Councillor Carl has made. But again, I feel that to use that argument around the consultation obviously is not entirely accurate, because we're only talking about this one stretch of land here. And a couple of reasons why I support the change, and that is that when you look at our policy, and I understand the position that officers had to take on this, but there's one key thing that comes down to me where it talks about how practicable it is that the gully in between here, that these two portions is quite unlikely and quite a difficult process. So to me, that makes for a extraordinary case when it comes to the renaming of this. So I think there's definitely a valid reason why we have this road renamed. I'm similar in terms of the naming of it. Either or, I can live with whichever one. There's a motion on the board at the moment as it sits. But I just feel the confusion that could occur from these roads being so far apart could easily, common sense wise, I think that there is an option here where we can easily have a solution. So that's why I'm in favour of the motion that has been put forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Against? Councillor Shine.
No, thanks, Chair. In speaking against the motion, I'm against the name as opposed to the renaming of the road. Just touching on, I think Councillor Von Hoff raised the issue of the question of emergency services, had they been consulted, and they hadn't been. Just in my experience in life, it's pretty unusual for emergency services to be called to a house or a property. It does happen, but it's quite conceivable that you could live in a place for 50 years without having any emergency services attend your property, particularly farming areas, speaking from personal experience. In relation to the name as proposed in the motion, the name of a former member of Legislative Assembly, who knows where that would end if all former members of Legislative Assembly had roads named after them. Perhaps it might become compulsory. I'd have to declare an interest in that if that were the case.
But you are live, Councillor Shine.
Madam Chair, I prefer the name Og, and I'll move an amendment to that motion in a minute. But the reason for that is a personal reason. My dad was a school teacher for many years outside Bundaberg at Elliot Heads, and when I was up there a few years ago, I noticed they had named a road after him, and I thought that was very appropriate, obviously from a personal point of view. But looking at the value that school teachers, especially those one-teacher school teachers in the old days, in the 1800s, contributed to their communities, I thought that in this instance, Mr. Og should be honoured in that way, and particularly as his direct descendants, according to the briefing note, live in that actual street, that actual road, whereas the competing, if you like, family live in Ramsey but not in the same road. So for those reasons, I intend to move, or I move an amendment, if I may, to the motion to delete the word Bebington and insert the word Og.
Through you, Chair, can I just mention of a correction?
Yes, Mr. Modi.
It was Og who was the school teacher, not McClintock.
I bet Og.
And Mr. Og was only there for a very few years, actually.
So there's an understanding.
Yeah, and I, yeah, thank you. Look, does anyone else, you want to move an amendment?
Yes, I move that
Councillor Shine. The Bebington family have done much more than being on the Legislative Assembly, let me tell you. But anyway, this is the district I'm very familiar with, and we need to respect the wishes of the people who live there. Is anyone second the amendment, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Megan. Are we in favour of the amendment? Let's vote on that. We're against? The amendment's lost, Councillor Shine. So we need to have someone for the, Councillor Tim, or Councillor, Mr Mayor, sorry, you seconded the motion.
Madam Chair, I seconded that motion. Look, I have absolutely no problem with it, and I think that part of the road needs renaming. For anyone who hasn't been there, there's an absolute disconnect between the Ramsey School Road and this particular part of the Ramsey School Road. There's an awful lot of, okay, it's a road reserve, but there's no road and nobody uses it. I think when I went out there, the first thing I thought of was renaming that road. And I can't think of a better name than Bebington.
And Mr Mayor, but the whole road, I think, should be named from the gully back, because that's the disconnect, is the gully.
Whatever.
Well,
You talk about emergency services, and if they were called and they were a little bit confused about where they had to go on Ramsey School Road, they would probably go to the other end of it. I would have thought. They would probably, if there was a little bit of confusion. But as far as I'm concerned, I think it's a good idea to change the name, and I'm very, very happy with the name Bebington.
so Mr Mayor, you've seconded an amendment just to do that little piece of new road. Is that what you intended to do?
In the resolution, if you wish.
Thank you. Anyone
Comment with it.
against? Thank you. Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually a little bit against and for. I'm actually for the changing of the name, but I believe it actually should be for the full length as per the original recommendation from east of Falvey Road. Falvey Road from the gully through to. So I am for changing the name, but I think it needs to be more than just that 300 metres. It needs to be as per the original from Falvey Road, because I think just by naming that short area is going to make even more confusion.
Yes, I agree. Thank you. So, Councillor Melissa, do you want to move an amendment?
Yes, I'll move an amendment.
Thank you. And will you have a seconder for the amendment?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. And we'll test that. Those in favour of the amendment for the... Sorry? Oh, sorry, we wait till it gets up there, sorry. So that's the piece from the gully, the whole piece, councillors, running past those properties.
So that's Bebington Road right back to the...
Right back to the gully, to Falvey Road, as was originally...
May I ask a question?
Yes, question?
So how is the argument that it would cause confusion if a gully separates the end of the...
No, the gully separates Ramsey School Road.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a western end and an eastern end.
The whole of it.
No, not the whole of the road, from the gully back. The other part of Ramsey School Road is from the gully to the west.
Bebington Road is going to run from not just that 300 metres, it's going to go all the way back.
That piece of road, yes, which is what, that just makes sense.
The issue...
Ramsey School Road is a long road and it's broken by a gully, a big gully that may one day be, but it certainly won't be in the near future. So the Ramsey School Road goes to the west and it's formed, it's bitumened, and then the gully comes and then we've got Ramsey School Road to the east, which is this black piece we're talking about. And that's what Councillor Melissa has moved, and that whole piece to avoid confusion. Otherwise, you're going to have what was Ramsey School Road, and then a little piece, Bebington Road, which is actually a bit of an insult to the family, actually. So we moved and seconded, and we'll have a show of hands, thank you, who supports the whole length of the road.
Madam Chair, I've got two questions.
Thank you.
The first is that if we're just looking at that 300 metres section, the objections from other respondents whereby they were concerned about having to change all of their address particulars, those become irrelevant, don't they, if we're only changing the 300 metres? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
Sorry, yeah, and I've got one of those people along there who sent an email last night saying that should council support the closing of the road, that they believe it makes sense to have someone who's involved with the community. The suggested Bebington Road we support, and this eliminates any confusion for any emergency services that may go to the wrong side of the road.
thank you, Madam Chair. My other question was in regard to the third name that was in the mix, McClintock.
Yes.
And I note that I only note one paragraph in the report where it says that McClintock was a resident. Do we have any other...
And Councillor Von Hoff, the local history have no history on him at all, except that he's buried in the Toowoomba Cemetery.
The report...
That's from Leo O'Keefe, yes.
Attachment 3 is referenced in the report, which is a Leo...
Mr O'Keefe.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what...
So no one in the area can remember him except Mr O'Keefe, who has written that piece. And the local history library has no history on him at all.
There you go. Bottom one.
So, any other questions? Sorry, Councillor O'Hara.
Question, Madam Chair. The people who have, so this might be a question to Kate, the people who have said that they haven't had any problem with emergency services, have they ever needed to contact emergency services?
Sorry, Kate.
Sorry, Kate. I can say that they have, yes.
Sorry, Councillor O'Hara Sullivan, I didn't inquire into whether they contacted emergency services. They just informed me that they'd never had problems with them accessing their properties.
And there has been a horse accident out there, yes. Thank you. Any other questions? So those in favour of Councillor Melissa's amendment for the whole road from the gully back down to O'Keefe Road being named Bebington Road. Those in favour?
1, 2, 3.
No, I think we should respect the community there, actually. Okay, so we go back to the... That's lost. Yep. We go back to the original motion. Are there any more comment on that?
Speaking for, are we up to that?
Well, I think we've already had the 4 and now I think we're up to a vote. So those in favour? Moved Councillor Von Hoff. Thank you, Kate. Seconded Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? It's carried, thank you. Councillors, I see a few smiles around here. I think it's actually very disappointing for the community there for them to be treated with personalities, and I think that...
Madam Chair, the decision has been made. We
Yes.
we have an ordinary meeting next Tuesday.
Yes, I understand.
By way, you could certainly bring it up again then.
And I will bring things,
No, it's-
but I think, and we're in a closed session, so we move on to the next one, but I Back to item 6. And the officer's recommendation, I think, is there. Do we have a mover for that? Moved Councillor Tim McMahon, seconded Councillor Kyle. Those in favour? It's carried. Those against? Those in favour? It's carried, thank you. That ends the Infrastructure Committee meeting for August. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lunchtime?
Yes, I guess, sorry, we'll break for lunch. Thank you.
Probably got.
Need to-
councillors, for the afternoon session. So we need to have someone move that we move into confidential. Councillor O'Shea, Councillor McDonald, all those in favour? It's carried. So we move the recommendation. For item number 6 is deals with item 1 of the schedule, and I might have some declarations. Councillor James?
No, that's
No.
that's item 7.
Oh, beg your pardon.
6 you can do.
Oh, yes, I'm so good with this. I reassured you. Yes. 6 I can do, which is the Development Services Planning and Environment Courts Appeal and Compensation Claims. Do I have a mover? Councillor Carl, Councillor Von Hoff, all those in favour? It's carried. Item number 7 is the regional enforcement actions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is I'm a resident of the same street of the subject property referred to in item 1 of the schedule of matters in progress in the Planning Environment Court and or in the Magistrates Court enforcement actions. I'll be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while the matter is being discussed and voted on. That's for item 1.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor O'Shea?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pursuant of Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I wish to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of this interest is myself and my spouse engaged a builder to work on a property that is owned by us. The builder has then engaged the company referred to in item 1 of the schedule of matters in progress in the Planning and Environment Court and or in the Magistrates Court enforcement actions. I will be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea.
You're going to do that now?
Here.
Yeah, okay.
So, councillors, can I have a mover for recommendation which deals with item 1 of the schedule? Mayor Antonio and Councillor Carl, all those in favour? It's carried. Bring those blokes back.
Come back.
Well timed.
Antonio and Carl, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you. That leaves us with the balance, recommendation number 2, which is a balance of items on the schedule. Can I have someone move that? Thank you, Councillor McMahon and Councillor Von Hoff. All those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. I'm pretty good at it, aren't I?
Very well. Would you like to conclude the meeting?
Oh, I can conclude the meeting. Thank you. One day I'll get it all.
May I have a mover and a seconder to adjourn the meeting? Melissa Taylor is the mover and I think Mayor Antonio had a seconder for that. All in favour?
Close.
That's to close the meeting.
Closed session.
Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? Coming out of closed. We got a thumbs up there? We're live again? Okay, thank you. All right, so councillors, we're on item 7 of the Water and Waste Committee August meeting. The recommendation before you is that council resolves to adopt the tender assessment panel's recommendations as noted in the confidential report titled New Energy Generation Tender Stage 1 Assessment Report. Do I have a mover? Councillor McMahon. And a seconder, Councillor Carl was there. All in favour? Carried. And that concludes the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.